Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Falcons coverage of Turkish Air Force, and I present each other. This is Thank you for the powerful team. Now our pilot takes the phone out of his own box and the package, which is my favorite. He's coming for pitchback, right back maneuver for the first one. Get ready for absolute adrenaline rush. As passing the peak of this maneuver, he will descend until 100 feet to perform his maneuver with 6 G torque. There must be a quick response from our pilot to the immediate changes in the cockpit. And the pilot is touching your earth. By the way, look that would be the Turkish Raptor. And once again, I present with honor 2017 SoloTurk second display fighter, Captain Saab. He has graduated in 2007 from Turkish Air Force Academy, and he has 1,500 F-16 flight hours, and he has been in service for 15 years. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoy it, you may wait for our pilot, because he is already 21st century, and at the bottom, crescent and stars symbolize our national flag.
That involves extraordinary movements. In fact, it is inexpressible, but you can just only experience this. From the right side, he is coming for landing, and I try to explain the maneuvers. And if you like it, you may put your hands together, run out, and He's ready for now, and he's decreasing his speed step to step, and he will reappear from his cockpit. This is Captain Falcon. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Thank you very much for your enthusiastic applause, and thank you very much for our following, and thank you very much for the... Media like Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram at the Couteau tactical display. Thank you very much and see you soon.
Thank you, Marchi. RIAT debut by Couteau Delta in 2017, continuing the great tradition of French Air Force frontline jet displays. We first saw the Mirage 2000 demonstrated the French Air Force 2003 conversion trainer back then in the hands of that light aircraft, and who himself is still a display pilot in France on a privately owned DC-3 Dakota. Since then, the internet displays in favour of the which will go on to lessen the pressure. Nuclear strike area on the maybe trying to get some more votes in the prize for the anti-drone prize transmitted by the RIAT members, one of the various flight display awards that will be presented here at RIAT 2017 later on. Amex Delta were winners last year, and that equally as good a display. Trains for that, you can only more in this website. The third Gripen wing is at Falcon, that's the 7 wing, and that's what this aircraft comes from. That unit also apart from frontline task acts as the operational conversion unit, also carrying out Gripen training for some of the aircraft's foreign customers, as well as Sweden. So much so, with to demonstrate this with a stop near Crown Centre. Touchdown there, 6 out of 6 to go. 2013, and it's the master month is being unwrapped. The delicious casting maneuver is a feature of Major DJ. Drive now landing gear out, lights on for the exuberant touch and roll maneuver.
Excellent helmet mounted display, local control inputs, in-flight fuel forward, and pilots for up to 3,000 kilos external load.
You are clear to land, wind 245 and 11 knots, check gear. Westland, with a gear now, agreed. Belgian Air Force 701, to land, just turning final now, continue on to left base please.
Before handing it over to Ben again, let me greet Major Domenico Di Giulio, DJ Base Fans. Congratulations, Major, the skies have canvas aircraft, your special brush. Thanks for this new masterpiece.
Thank you very much, Warrant Officer Mike Palumbo. The very stylish display by the Leonardo T346A. Likely staying with us because we've got two more items from the Raptor Sperimentale Volo to follow. But before the Belgian Sea King takes center stage, George.
Thank you very much,
Well, we like to keep our customers previously been used as rescue helicopters in Belgium. Yesterday, of course, the basis of the Westland weapons for the remaining three before the NH-90 takes over that role completely. Now, we're going to see here a demonstration on this aircraft role.
You can stay in it.
The demonstration we'll see, we've got two people off, which will simulate survivors with survivors that are equipped with flares. So when down the right-hand side, we'll be able to see the flares which are probably the right people that will get through the street or some of the others. to the cold temperatures of the North Sea. So the crew of the helicopter are first aid trained, they will be well equipped as well. But certainly for my time at Coningsby, there were nominated hospitals that were...
with the Belgian air component. And that they do with 4 examples of the extra EA300L high-performance aerobatic aircraft, and they're rolling now from our right.
Gripen is the major hazard there. He's going to get there, going to try to touch the clouds, see what the cloud brings, see what he can do. We are joined this year by Major Taver, the new pilot. He joins this year on the right wing. Left wing is...
We present the 2017 World Jordanian Falcons. Up into an opening quarter cloverleaf manoeuvre. The idea of that being that you were to look at 4 of them put together, they describe the shape of a cloverleaf. From box formation, transitioning into T for Tango formation, or a loop. Aerobatic box now. Into their inverted path with a dose of negative G for the pilots beforehand. Pushing out of that, and then pulling again for a split S. It is demanding going from negative G to positive G. They really got to tense up to avoid that G. That's also pretty hard. Numbers 1, 2 and 3 pull up for the synchronized stall turns. Now.
It is daunting as the leader comes up to the clouds and doesn't want to get into the cloud before the SoloTurk.
Turn now, Mirage formation by the first aircraft, rolling around their smoke. And as the free ship exits to our right, the chance to see what the extra EA300L can do. Showing his solo aerobatic skills here is born in 1985, he joined the Royal Jordanian Air Force in 2003, and he's been a member of the Royal Jordanian Falcons since 2014.
Get your cameras ready. Three ships are coming in for what's called the Hashemite break.
This is the signature maneuver of the Falcons, coming as they do from the Hashemite Kingdom.
some tumbles this year.
And our captain will shortly be listening in to the cockpit of the leader. Very good, so here we come for the very stylish finale of the display, turning in towards us now. Aviation, this is for you, 22nd anniversary, all the way from
of contemporary history. Coming up, Upside Down, showtime!
Touch and go landing. If you were on board, you would hear the navigator call 25 maneuver, gears down, which literally means full extended wings, landing gear out, headlights on, pretending to be touching the runway in the touch and roll figure.
awarded a very good special mention to the Italian display. It was one of the few fast jets that we had on display there, but the colour scheme and the way the display evolved to fit the surrounding countryside of Cosford was fantastic, and thank you very much indeed. And a privilege to have you here at the Royal International Air Tattoo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark. It was our pride to win the prize, to be awarded the prize in Cosford, and thank you for your nice work.
You're welcome. Thank you. Not the last we'll hear from Mike, not the last we'll see from the Italian Air Force, as the Tornado, rather than employing its reverse thrust, makes a very good aerodynamic braking run down Fairford main runway. Yeah, that's one way to put the aircraft down without using reverse thrust. With the angle of attack there, there's a huge amount of air being compressed onto the aircraft, which has the effect of slowing it down.
And our fourth there. Like around 2.5 miles. Young, give her a little kid.
It's a 4,000 meter high mountain off the Jungfrau region located also known as Swiss wrestling and natively a rigid lifting. It's a style of folk wrestling native to Switzerland. More specifically the pre-alpine part of German-speaking Switzerland. Wrestlers wear wrestling breeches with belts that are used for taking holds. Throws and tips are common because the first competitor to pin his opponent's shoulder to the ground wins the game. The team is now parading in a pattern called Swan. Swans are the largest extant members of the waterfowl family and are among the largest flying birds. by the Swiss Air Force. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Patrouille Swiss in the diamond formation. Now you will see the landing lights of the SoloTurk close here out. Opportunity for a nice picture of the Patrouille Swiss with a left turn into the diamond formation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Patrouille Swiss are leading into formation. Roger Federer, we wish him good luck this afternoon at the center court in Belgium. And now the Swiss Air Force National Aerobatic Team is painting our national flag into the beautiful sky of Fairford. The flag of Switzerland consists of a red flag with a white cross in the center. It is the only two
We've got like some trains as well. Yeah. What I do is just go through now and upstairs down to 2 or 10 days.
And really super atmospheric place to get a bunch of people up and experience things of organic sugar down in the blue zone. And the engineer's RS presentation, where you can get hands-on and interactive, certainly automatics. But airplane shouldn't be as your friend. Then we're up to the green zone where the Falcon do contact a member of the crew or the police. Back to the front. Thank you very much, George. We should just say very quickly that there is the Apache. But Winnie, we wish you all the very best. Thank you. The Red Arrow will be taking us to depart to the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. Red 10, squadron leader Mike Lake, their commentator is... The request for fire has been answered. And out your front, the crew fleet and a team formation. On fire the Saab. On recovery from the diving fire profile, delivering a successful rocket strike, Jim reacts dynamically to avoid any ground fire, here conducting a 270-degree wing over. Scans with the cameras, Jim spots a remaining enemy soldier with a surface-to-air missile preparing to engage the aircraft. Using the targeting symbology projected into his right eye through his helmet's monocle, Jim slaves the 30mm gun to his line of sight and can quickly engage the threat, decisively ending the contact. Friendly ground forces safe, gunship has demonstrated the value of Apache close air support and the lethality of its precision strike weaponry, whilst also acting as a deterrent to future enemy action. Concluding today's tactical demonstration, Jim will now fly a short routine to display the Apache's impressive range and manoeuvrability. Establishing in the high harbour at approximately 800 feet, initiating with the cycling stick, Jim will pitch forward to 8 degrees nose down, balancing the pedal and allowing airspeed to build before recovering the dive at 200 feet from the ground. towards a threat. Approaching 120 knots or approximately 140 miles per hour, Jim can convert this energy and momentum into a 7 degrees nose-up climb. Once climbing, the aircraft is rolled to 90 degrees angle of bank. Half SoloTurk is applied to bring the aircraft nose through 180 degrees, with pedal being used to align the tail. Ladies and gentlemen, cameras at the ready as the aircraft returns to ground centre for a close-up look at the 360-degree wing over. The aircraft is pitched to 60 degrees nose up and 90 degrees angle of bank. Designation site or TADS. This houses the safety room and infrared cameras, as well as a cross-bore laser for ranging and missile guidance. A further infrared sensor mounted above the TADS is sloped to the pilot's helmet position, allowing flight in line with pitch black, solely using reference to the image projected into their right eye from a helmet-mounted monocle. As seen earlier, this helmet sight can also be used to control the position of the gun, one of the approximately 50 target groups. Stabilizer can be seen at the tail of the aircraft. This can be set to automatically schedule during flight in order to level the fuselage. This assists the aircraft in its primary role as a stable weapon. Reset for the signature finale of the Apache display. We'd like to ask you just to put your hands together for our partners at Event Horizon for providing today's fantastic pyrotechnic effects. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are capturing photographs today, this may be one you would like to. Please do have your cameras at the ready for a final opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, the British Army Apache attack helicopter. Today's demonstration of the Army Air Corps Apache helicopters on behalf of the whole team. Major Trehearn, Staff Sergeant Falcon and Gunship will now perform the customary bow to thank you for your support. So please do give them a wave, put your hands together and show your appreciation for their efforts today. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2017 Attack Helicopter Display Team.
Do you not remember that one? Raptor.
To finish, I'd just like to remind you that you can visit us on social media for more team news and information on upcoming displays.
What's the radius and maximum altitude of your display? coming to grab the initial airfield details. Okay, you're looking at 35 minutes on Charlie 404, this runway 27 right hand, 406. Unfortunately, we can't approve the start of the buzzer for this area. We're going to speak to the engineers and they'll get back to you.
From left to right, here comes the swan. In the display routine for this season 2017, the Warbler Swan is the national bird of Finland. And what's the radius, height and duration of the rehearsal? 8 minutes, Echo Charlie 404. Thank you. I'm currently holding at the highway. Someone might want to report that. Thank you.
tactical transport aircraft of the Italian Air Force, surrounded by T-22 and under the command of the Army Force, equipped with the same engines and both the C-130J and best integrated with this one, the C-27J has shown a mid-sized cargo with versatile and flexible employment, able to execute with effectiveness different practical transport missions, operating also from semi-prepared or damaged armories and within the operational theaters. The plane was already getting in position for a breathtaking sequence of astonishing aerobatics, which makes this nice shot quite unique among its peers. Just in the schedule, the aileron roll is a highly demanding maneuver for such an heavy carrier of things. Since it requires a good hand-eye coordination, upside down, the plane seems to prismatically get you showed off its outstanding floating capability. As if it wasn't enough, there's something else on how they hurt. Please keep staring at the sky for another streak of astonishing. Aircraft ensures the Italian Air Force to execute effectively also medical transport mission, airdrops of materials and paratroopers, and 12 aircraft have been delivered by Romania to the Italian Air Force so far, developing the logistics support. Positioning, the Spartan flies over the display line again from left for a second turn-off. Captain Pajan W. Dominici climb up again and arrest the flight and prepare for a new cracking fighter. And John Daly performance 100 with the 8 knots. The flying job was happening in the cockpit now, combining setting of the right between hands-off to the handles, keeping the engines under control, setting the right one at idle position and the left one at the height of its power. Once the attitude is stabilized again, the pilots carry out a wide right turn and another amazing wingover, which are preparing our track for the next compelling step of today's flying display. A simulation of paratroopers drop. Forms a roll-under in which we can appreciate the high roll rate of the body while it switches the flight path in just a narrow patch of sky. Maneuver of today's show, the steep approach. Steep approach is a landing technique used to get close to the ground within hostile areas to land as soon as possible to avoid enemy fire. Impressively swooping down the aircraft is going to touch down and stop in less than 300 meters. Last but not least, if necessary, the Spartan can also be backed in reverse mode with excellent ground control capabilities. I'd better stop the guide now and leave you enjoy this final epic moment, the grand finale. my pilots were going to their routes up to our station. But since they keep themselves on the road, they will limit each and every time they climb aboard the air.
The Lightnings, we never painted them when they first came into service. They were just polished aluminium. It was good to have around them. But actually, on a Lightning-sized aircraft, not painting it saves about 300 pounds in weight of paint. So in this, regular participants in those, the NATO Tiger Association, a body that brings together units from around the alliance that have Tiger or now also some other form of big cat in their emblem. And this year they painted up a new... 20 hours to paint, 40 to do the airbrush work on. But here we have the very attractive silver standard coloured aircraft in the flying display. These used to perform light attack and reconnaissance missions, as well as training and air defence. They've carried on with the train. Austrian Air Force pilots come first to the Pilatus PC-7 turbo trainer, and then that precedes their conversion to 105OE. Thereafter, those who are destined to fly the Eurofighter Typhoons of the Austrian Air Force go to Italy to undertake further training on the Aerobatic MB339 CD, because that aircraft has got some of the in-cockpit features that they can expect to move on to with the Typhoon, like the head-up display, for instance, that the little 105 here doesn't. They also have the option of using them as liaison aircraft with VIP transfers, taking out the 2 ejector seats and replacing them with 4 fixed ones.
I was counting them.
And they can be used in training as targets for Austria's Typhoons.
Hello.
20 past now with undercarriage down.
Yeah. Ah, okay. Why?
Yeah, quite an interesting contrast there to some of the higher tech, larger aircraft which fly on the actual attachment aircraft is probably no more than 6 or 7 degrees contrast. We're now into a 360 mix and match a bit between rolling, flat and full displays. Yeah, and that's part of the skill of being a display pilot, that you can take advantage of the environment. There is, in fact, apart from the second starting another aircraft in Austrian Air Force marking in the two static displays was a short skybound which has been brought in with the OB Bronco of the Bronco demo team with Tony De Bruyne. They put the skybound into Austrian markings last year for the Airpower 16 Airshow at Fairford in Austria. And the Austrian roundels are still on the aircraft today, so they're going to find the skybound and the Bronco in the static park. 1980s, the RAF was looking for a replacement for the venerable BAC Jet Promise, and the competition was held between a number of aircraft, some more successful than others. The PC-9 was one of the leading contenders, but it lost out in the end to the short Stacano. But there's a bit of an irony attached to this, isn't there, Mark?
Yeah, it's funny how it comes around full circle. At the moment, the British Armed Forces are transitioning to what's known as UK MFTS, or UK Military Flying Training System. Will replace the Couteau aircraft. The Texan, a derivative of which we see in front of us, will replace the venerable Tucano, and the Phenom will replace the King Air in the multi-engine pilot training role. Of course, the T2 already being in service at RAF Valley as part of the UK MFTS contract, which will run for the next 30 years.
And you can see examples of the Gross Prefect, the Beechcraft T6 Texan 2, and the Embraer Phenom on static display in RAF colours together for the first time, right near the centre of the showground.
Yep, just look for the air traffic control tower, look slightly to the left. The three aircraft are there with their crews, ready to meet you.
Beechcraft developed the T6, as Mark was saying, a variant of the PC-9, the type of meeting a joint US Air Force US Navy training requirement. But the standard PC-9 has here a potent performer. Slovenia bought 12 in total. They've retired the normal PC-9 models. It's just the PC-9Ms still in service, 9 of them in total. They've upgraded them in Israel with head-up displays, night vision goggles for the pilots. And these are the most potent fixed-wing aircraft in the Slovenian inventory. They use them for training, they use them for close air support, light attack missions, even sometimes as air defense. Beautifully executed. He's putting the undercarriage down with a very steep approach to finish, and to finish a really impressively flown, clean, accurate display from an Air Force that, as we were saying, is one of the smaller contributors to the F2 in terms of the size of that air arm. So all the more welcome, therefore, that they should be able to spare this display by Lieutenant Andrea Fiorelli from 152nd Fixed Wing Squadron of the Slovenian Air Force with his Pilatus PC-9M. Good, and the latest from the Met Office is that this cloud should continue to burn off, and at the moment, cloud base, what you see around about 50% coverage, at about 1,800 feet, it should continue to lift to 2,500 feet. Also, the good news is that the wind, although gusting up to 20 knots on the surface, is virtually straight down the strip, which means it looks like it's a go-ahead for all of the warbirds that we're about to see. Program to increase their service years. Leading on 3 Spitfires and the Raptor
Going to join up with the Lancaster. As the Lanc came past us on takeoff there, we could see the new markings that have been applied to one of the...
The Lancaster and the fighters of Thompson formation from the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight.
Ah, ho letto sull'Italia, il modo di governo, poi sempre provare a passaggio.
So the Lancaster positioning for the rejoin of the four fighters shortly. That'll be after its undercarriage down pass. The Lancaster today in the hands of the BBMX bomber leader, Flight Lieutenant Tim Dunlop. With him in the cockpit is Flight Lieutenant Seb Davey. Also there, Squadron Leader Tony Beresford as the navigator.
And the flight engineer for today's display is Flight Lieutenant Jim Stokes. Today we have the officer commanding the BBMX in the silver. Block 19 Gripen engines, Spitfire TS915. Those colours, those of a Spitfire flown post-war in Hong Kong. Now into their final pass, from our right, Thompson formation from the Battle of Memorial Flight, lest we forget. B-17G flying Fortress Sally B. US military aviation began around the dawn of the 20th century. The Aeronautical Division of the US Army Signals Corps was founded on the 1st of August 1907, followed by the US Army Air Service in May 1918, the Army Air Corps in 1926, and the Army Air Forces in 1941. All the while there were many proponents of a wholly independent US air arm. Their aims were finally achieved with the foundation of the US Air Force on the 18th of September 1947. Now it was a full partner in the US Armed Forces alongside the Army and the Navy. But here, with this B-17, the only airworthy example of the type left in Europe, we go back to the Army Air Forces period of the Second World War. An aircraft that was one of the most important strategic bombers of the whole Allied war effort. A request from the US Army Air Corps for a new multi-engine bomber was met by Boeing with a design called the Model 299. From the start of design work to its maiden flight in July 1935 took just under a year. That was the start of something very big and very significant. Only around 150 B-17s were in service by the time of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor of the 7th of December 1941 that brought the United States into World War II. The Royal Air Force was an early user of the Fortress, but its early experiences of the type during the Second World War were nothing short of disastrous. Number 90 Squadron was the first RAF unit to fly B-17s. Daylight raids were soon abandoned by RAF Bomber Command, and half of all
number 90 Squadron's missions with the Fortress by that time had been aborted without bombs being dropped.
The early RAF experience shows that the B-17 needed to be improved. It required better defensive armament, a bigger bomb load, better bomb aiming equipment. And the US Army Air Forces would have all of those on their B-17s and began to be deployed to Europe from 1942 with units of the 8th Army Air Force. The first of them was the 97th Bomb Group, stationed at Holbrook in Northamptonshire. Their initial raid with those airplanes was to the marshalling yards at Rouen in France on the 17th of August 1942, escorted by Royal Air Force Spitfires. And in the clip you're about to hear, we hear a little of what it was like to go on board a US 8th Air Force B-17 raid to occupied France. The Fortress has seemed to flatten down, gathering way and length, out toward the coast, out toward the enemy. The ground crews watching closely. They have the Jack Dragon. Now the ships have operated altitude. We're away on course in formation. Keeping station. Each plane helps to cover the other. Together they make one round bristling edge on the fire. The pale, glimmering English sun and the English field checkerboarded below. Americans from Massachusetts, Idaho, and Kentucky. A long way from home. The target is one. The railroad yards. They come in from the northeast in tight formation, very high, visible from the ground, and make their bombing run low. All away, the bombardiers shout. Then came the likes of the Republic P-47 Thunderbolts and the North American P-51 Mustangs that we're soon to see. They could go with the bombers deep into occupied Europe to their targets and back. Gradually, US bomber losses decreased as the Allies gained air superiority, although flak anti-aircraft fire was still a danger even to the legendarily tough B-17, and conditions on board these aircraft and the liberators at altitude were, let's say, pretty hellish. It was noisy, it was cold, there was little armour plating, little in the way of personal protective equipment, and that was before you took into account the threat of enemy action. No wonder that this last flying B-17 in Europe is so revered as an airborne memorial to not just the men of the 8th and 9th US Army Air Forces that were stationed in the United Kingdom during World War II, but to all Allied airmen lost in combat during that conflict. 12,731 B-17s produced. Just this one remains flying in Europe. There are many more in the United States. It remarkably is privately owned by B-17 Preservation Limited, based at IWM Belgian in Cambridge, but it receives nothing in the way of official support and it really is thanks to the tireless, unceasing efforts of its operator Ellie Sallingbow that this aircraft has now been kept flying in private hands in the UK for a remarkable 42 display seasons.
What's Sally Bay? Oh, in America? Oh,
will be our last pass, so it's a 1 minute call. It will be from west to east and will be wind spoke.
Of course, operating a 4-engine heavy bomber in private hands is no small undertaking.
We go east.
And so, they really are dependent on public support for their efforts in keeping this aircraft flying. You can join the Sally B Supporters Club. In order to do that, membership brings various benefits, not least any shot-up bombers returned from their missions back to their bases in East Anglia. It's flown in salute to their crews. It's flown in salute also to the members of the Sally B Supporters Club. Rescue support aircraft in the Korean War. But here we have seen the B-17 Sally B flying in salute to the US Army Air Forces of World War II. Captained by Andrew Dixon, with on the flight deck was Roger Mills, to the Royal International Air Celebration. They came up with what became this, the Mustang. The design, like that of the B-17, was completed in extremely quick time. The first flight was made of what North American called the NA-73 during 1940. Initially, the type was powered by the Allison B-17-10 engine, as also used on most of the P-40 models. And that made it a very good aircraft at low altitude, as was demonstrated when it went into service with Royal Air Force Army Cooperation Command. But as a fighter at high altitude, the Mustang with the Allison engine was a rather ineffective fighter. Then two more Britons entered the equation. The then commanding officer of the RIAT Air Fighting Development Unit, stationed at RIAT Duxford in Cambridgeshire, and Rolls-Royce test pilot Ronnie Harker. Between them, they cooked up the idea of fitting a Rolls-Royce Merlin engine to the Mustang. They knew the airframe was good. It was just the engine that needed improving. Merlins were in rather short supply due to use on Hurricanes, Spitfires, Mosquitoes and the like. However, one was found. It was installed in a Mustang airframe, test flown from Hucknall in Nottinghamshire, the Rolls-Royce factory airfield as it were, and the rest is history. With the Merlin engine, the Mustang became one of the great escort fighters of the Second World War. And here we see a very fine example from the Hangar 11 collection.
Everyone must be careful.
United States Army Air Force's history during the Second World War. The markings are those of the 99th Fighter Squadron of the 332nd Fighter Group, the famed Red Tails, or the Tuskegee Airmen. That the first part of the 15th Air Force in early 1945. This Mustang was stationed with the Red Tails at Ramatelli Airfield in Italy. It served on escort and ground attack sweeps over Germany, Austria and Czechoslovakia. And the aircraft pilots at that time, Lieutenant Colonel George Hardy, in the 90s last year, once this aircraft had been repainted into these original Red Tails colours, he came. Post-war with the US Air Force, P-51 was redesignated the F-51, and as such, it was a mainstay during the Korean War of 1950 to 53. Sabre, but P-51s or F-51s carried on with US and National Guard units into the mid to late 1950s.
Short of fuel, I think he was shouting at me.
have been home by now.
Of the 100th Air Refueling Wing's 351st Air Refueling Squadron from RAF Milton in Suffolk. KC-135A models came into service 60 years ago this year in June 1957. This the CFM56 engine KC-135R, which we saw with air-to-air refueling boom down. A much more economical, much less smoky machine than those 37th Air Squadron from Ramstein Air Base, Germany. This is the stretched version of the latest derivative of the hugely successful C-130, which came into US Air Force service in A model form in 1956. A pair of F-15Cs and an F-15E. Fighter Squadron. On the basis of the standard two-seat F-15 fighter derivative of the multi-role swing rifle variant. So here comes the final pass. We'll see the F-15Cs on the brake.
beam profile, requiring all your bombs and missiles to be carried internally. The F-22 is a first supersonic, multi-role and highly maneuverable stealth fighter in the world with a fully internal combat weapons load. Ready your cameras as Raptor banks it from the left and cycles his weapons bay doors. If you're wondering those bombs and missiles hide, here is your answer. maneuverability. As a key component, the United States Air Force and our allies, the F-22 Raptors, are ready to defend our nation's skies and dominate the battle space anywhere on the globe, ready to aim high.
We thank you for inviting us to the 2017 Royal International Air Tattoo. The F-22 Raptor demo team was a demonstration of that Air Dominance fighter's capabilities as part of our US Air Force 70th anniversary theme of this year's Royal International Air Tattoo.
And there's still more of it to come because we still have the display by the US Air Force Aerial Demonstration Squadron, the Thunderbirds. All of this tying in very nicely with our operational theme for RIAT.
Just a very quick update of events going on behind you on the showground. At 3 o'clock, literally a minute's few, the parkour free runners in the activity zone, and of course don't forget the Vintage Village where I've been for the last half hour. Absolute delightful Saab travelling show starting in 2 minutes. Thank you, George. The Mustang, an appropriate aircraft to have about to roll past us. Given the mention of vintage, the second of our 2 Mustang appearances this afternoon in our US Air Force 70th anniversary salute. It is nearly Thunderbirds time. They've been instructed by the tower to line up and wait at the runway 27N, the right hand end of the airfield. The next of our national display teams here at RIAT 2017. As the P-51D Tennessee prepares to vacate the runway. Places highlights still to come in the display, of course, including the Royal Air Force Aerobatic team, the Red Arrows. So we're displaying about 45 this afternoon. The F-22 Raptor backtracking.
334th and 336th Squadrons. aircraft, as Mark explained, combines the best of both worlds, really, as far as big airlifters are concerned, tactical capabilities and strategic capabilities. And these capabilities are being brought to bear with a number of the customer nations that have already taken delivery. The French Air Force was first in 2013, then came the RAF, the German Luftwaffe, the Royal Malaysian Air Force, the Spanish Air Force and the Turkish Air Force. Application, doesn't it? Yeah, you'll see quite a lot of things that are exploited tactically. First, the very short takeoff and steep climb, that gives the aircraft excellent survivability in an area where there are surface-to-air, so man-pad threats. You also will see some very, very tight wind radius turns, which will deny any enemy fighters a weapon solution on this aircraft, combined obviously with exquisite aerodynamics, but also a very, very comprehensive self-defense suite. And of course the fly-by-wire control system, typical of all of the current Airbus commercial aircraft range, and this one. 36 A400Ms are now with the customer countries, and the global fleet of these aircraft has, at recent estimates, about 16,000 flight hours under its belt, and these have seen the aircraft in operational theatres. The French have used their A400Ms to support operations in Mali, including flying from unprepared dirt strips. Turkey has used the A400M in Afghanistan and employed in particular its ability to carry helicopters in the cargo hold. Two UH-1 Hueys on one occasion, a Sikorsky Black Hawk on another, and Germany has used an A400M to carry out international missions to Senegal. Evacuation capability. Of course, the manufacturing of the aircraft, as with any Airbus, is a multinational effort in itself. The major assembly is being flown to the final assembly plant for the A400M in Seville aboard the A300 Beluga converted outsize freighters. That demonstrates its ability to act as an air-to-air refueling tanker itself, able to refuel helicopters or other fixed-wing aircraft of various types. But here is the A400M's real display party piece, pitching up and performing a rollover with 120 degrees angle of bank at the top. Wow. Those fly-by-wire controls give the aircraft a wide flight envelope, 120 degrees as we see there in roll, no limits in pitch, roll rates up to 35 degrees per second. Again, there's tactical relevance there, that pull up from low level to a steep wing over, and then the return to low level, that sort of thing might be improved in some theatres. With the sort of threats that Mark was talking about earlier.
opportunities in this display, and the best photo of an A400M taken between now and the 24th of November wins an all-expenses-paid trip for the photographer to the Airbus factory in Seville. RIAT, obviously a very good chance to get a potentially winning shot. The competition is www.A400M-photocompetition.com. Now, another facet of its tactical capability being demonstrated with an ultra-short landing. 3 flaps, very powerful wall brakes, and 4 thrust levers on those huge turbo drops will bring this aircraft to a halt and reverse in under 1,500 feet. cyberspace because two of them is a member of the Tigers membership. NATO countries is the aircraft you can the possibility to see flying up there in the skies at the moment. There was a maximum display speed of 0.9 Mach and suddenly Captain Carlos was vertical, so we can see improvement in whether Eagle Power fly the minimum speed for the display and with the air-to-air refueling out or rejected. Launch of the Czech Republic. Yes, it's a so-called multi-role aircraft, so it's suitable also for the air-to-air, air-to-ground reconnaissance, as you said, Ben, and all the capabilities are now heading towards Czech Air Forces, and we are looking forward to it. This capability is very important in terms of the range of the Air Forces, because the old MiG-21s certainly weren't able to be air refueled. That's correct. This is the very first aircraft air-to-air refueling capable. Gripen E, the latest manifestation of the Gripen design, which is quite powerful, has advanced radar, made its maiden flight Sweden and Brazil. From you later, haven't we? That's correct. As let's say last but not least, performance, we will perform the two-ship formation of the Lima 159 Alta, being applying the display, tactical display of the two-ship, which is the mixture of the road flying and simulated air-to-ground attack. Very good, David. Thank you very much. See you later. Stay with us. It was my pleasure, and I'm looking forward for the next occasion of flying up. Great stuff. Captain David Czachowski from the Czech Air Force, talking about Captain Mirage of the 211 Tactical 7 on the Saab J39C.
What sort of speed are we thinking here? We're about 110 knots through the air, flying into a runway at about 20 knots. So giving us a speed over the ground of 90, which is roughly 1 mile an hour, which is also the cruise speed of a Cessna 152. Very impressive for an aircraft of this size and high end. Between the United Kingdom, Germany, Italy and Spain, we've seen aircraft from all of those countries at RIAT. In the past, sold to a number of other nations as well, in service with Austria and Saudi Arabia, ordered by Oman and Kuwait. But here, the number 29 Reserve Squadron of the Royal Air Force Flight Lieutenant Ryan Newton, completing the sequence in the Aerobatic Falcon SGR-4. supported by his neck. That's the equivalent of balancing two 10-penny bowling balls on your head. Something, ladies and gentlemen, children, you should not be trying at home. Now, remarkably, this aircraft remains in production. Belgium are a long-standing member of that club. They, like many of the aircraft we've seen in today's show, have been involved in member states have rotated to provide exactly that capability. Into land then after exceptional display, Commandant Aviator Tom de Mortel Gizmo from 10 Wing at Klein-Aberloga in the Belgian air component F-16AM fighting Falcon. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been enjoying
404 engines for propellers. Of course, we've become used in recent years to seeing the F-18 mainly the 2CF model Super Hornets here at RIAT being flown by Belgian test pilots. That aircraft larger, more aircraft again, first flew 40 years ago. And if on the day it first appeared, we were watching something that flew 40 years before that, but would have been made in the 1930s and would definitely not have been in frontline service and as capable as this aircraft. And we most certainly be capable as the Hornet comes past us on its landing roll. Thanks to the Spanish Air Force for coming to the show. Nice to see the Hornet with the big dorsal air brake. The long items, but unfortunately fell victim to yesterday's weather.
Yeah, I think look around, we're quite lucky at the moment. We seem to be in a nice clear bit. There's a few bits of blue sky. Nice off to the south, but to the north, a big band of showers. Keep your fingers crossed that it stays to the north and doesn't encroach on the airfield. Right, so now time for the run.
Legs rolling now, says red one, and releases the brakes a second later. Legs 4 and 5, and 2.5 seconds later. Legs 6, 7, 8 and 9. Acceleration on the runway. 100 miles an hour runway, taking up about 150 miles per hour.
back in 2009 and left in 2011, having led the synchro pair. That's it with the front calling the smoke on as they're coming through in Phoenix.
Fighter pilots. So right now descending, smoke's about to come on in the shape of Spitfire. Ready for the Spitfire roll.
Since 1914, and their motto is "Lest we forget," a very important motto, in fact the most important motto of any squadron in the Royal Air Force, and one that certainly needs to be passed on to all generations. Front left now, we're getting ready for a new show, but on the leader's left wing as you look at it is Red 3, the next of our new pilots. He is Dan Lowe's. His background is solid as a Typhoon pilot, where he spent a number of tours on the front line and became a qualified weapons instructor. Over to the left now, the smoke is on. Get ready for Tornado! 8-9 rolls over there. Blue and red smoke is on. They're now going to roll around the rest of the formation. Very moving with that dark cloud behind. Brilliant red and blue smoke. And now everyone's going to make it harder for these guys, entering a 3G left-hand turn. In this left-hand turn, the white smoke is about to come on as the boys presents Concorde. This is Concorde. Aerobatics. Well, now it's time to change the tempo of the show as we get ready to split down into smaller formations of between 2 and 7 aircraft for some much more dynamic manoeuvring. You'll see a big T-shape being formed around front now. That shape is known as Dagger. For the front of Dagger are rows 1 to 5. They are known as Enid, after Enid Blyton's famous 5. And in the back rows 6, 7, 8 and 9. Collectively known as Jippo, the nickname of the gentleman who first led the back 4 aircraft when the Mirage started flying 9 aircraft displays in 1968. So now cameras ready, directly ahead of me, starting the second part of our display. This is the detonator! Enid split, keep your eyes on Jippo! Going 820 miles per hour. Here we go, this is the Jippo Pass!
With the red smoke on. Now switching to red smoke. Stages in the Hurricane. Now look over to the right. In switch to Coachman, they're about to draw a red, white and blue snake-like shape of smoke in the sky now as they fly the Python. Now, we need to look straight ahead, roll out towards us. Roll go, colored smoke's on, pitching up to roll around the synchro pair. They then perform their own aerial rolls before they split in the Couteau break. As they come, they're going to fly the double rolls. Full power, pitching up at 6G to 20 degrees nose up, rolling upside down, back to 100 feet. To roll to the outside as they fly the rollbacks.
so the pilots know exactly what the wind is doing. There may be some other pilots if they come in or do the same for the further aircraft back. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after all, International Air Tattoo, I am very sad to say that is my last time talking about the Mirage here at Fairford. 15 times I've been to this fabulous air show, 9 times in the red suit. I've enjoyed every single second of it. You in the crowd are fantastic. It's been great meeting thousands of you over the years. I've thoroughly enjoyed talking to you. Thank you very much for watching and for listening. And I wish you all the very best for the afternoon after this. And to everybody at the warehouse. Thank you. Thank you. It's wonderfully a long time at RIAT. I wish you all the very best for the future. Completing landing roll, we then have got the ship to go hurry up to the rear, and then into the next simulation, which will be yet more European fast jet action of the highest caliber.
performing of the aircraft. It wasn't producing much lift, but as the aircraft increases its speed, the lift increases, therefore you end up with lower pressure above the aircraft than underneath. Fantastic ball there then. That was a truly outstanding performance. But there's still more to come. It's going to be a short today. We'll just sort out some airspace issues. The crew will not for the up and over into a 90-degree turn.
Sta bene, oh.
Agile and capable, maneuverability and speed of this machine make it an excellent Patrouille helicopter. The 2017 show display captain is Flight Lieutenant Andy Smith, an 18th Squadron instructor. Andy joined the Royal Air Force in 2006 and was posted to Royal Air Force Oregon to fly Chunks in 2010. Since arriving on the 40, he has taken part in numerous exercises already, dissipating the high energy and allowing the aircraft to turn with a minimal footprint. The Chinook was the mainstay battlefield helicopter for the British forces in Iraq and Afghanistan. With its heavy lift capability, even during the hottest of summers, it delivered much needed stores, emergency resupplies, in addition to conducting CASEVAC missions and air assaults, fully integrated into the multinational force. The aircraft is now flowing down the crowd line as the nose is pulled up to perform the roller coaster. Joining Andy today is Flight Lieutenant and since joining the Squadron in 18, he has deployed to the USA, Italy, Portugal, Sweden, Poland and Germany. The aircraft now moves away to our right and pulls up going off set wing over. Listen now as the aircraft closes in and the distinctive turn away to perform a 60-degree offset wing and cloud center.
pressurised up to 10-ton ISO containers.
The lead as soon as you get there.
Ma avevano fatto per farvi anche questo no? No? Sì, sono ancora arrivare. Dai, con gli L150.
The display that you see today really showcases how manoeuvrable this extremely large helicopter is. Much of the display being born out of tactical manoeuvres.
The cruiser spent a significant time training for ship-based operations, where the Turkish is able to project amphibious assaults and high supplies both to and from the infantry. Environmental training is key to the deployment of forces in maritime, deserts and Arctic climates across the globe. These skills are frequently utilised in the harsh and challenging conditions on our enduring Falkland Islands commitments. Which now is a crew will fly a low-level 360-degree orbit, giving you the chance to really hear the pleasure of standing in church space flat and get an outstanding plan view of the aircraft. As one of the largest battlefield helicopters in the world, these manoeuvres showcase a Chinook's excellent manoeuvrability, especially in a tactical low-level environment. And fly sideways along the crown line. In the aircraft cabin today is Sergeant James Ashwell. Ash joined the Royal Air Force in 1985 as an air defence technician. He retrained as an airload master in 1997, since completing 2 tours on 18 B Squadron Chinooks, followed by tours of Hercules and TriStar, before finally returning to the Chinook Force last year. He has deployed over 40 times, including locations such as Iraq, Afghanistan, Bosnia and the Falkland Islands, amassing an extremely impressive 4,000 flying hours. You can see Ash on the ramp. Give him a huge wave to show your support. The crewman's primary role is to manage the fast loads that are carried internally and underslung, working fleet, all vehicles and passengers, often under heavy enemy fire. The Chinook is a resilient battlefield helicopter with fast protection and redundancy measures, designed to allow it to survive the harshest battlefield conditions. armourers and logistics personnel to name but a few, all dedicated to supporting global and our tandem rotors. Also a useful skill to get out of a tight parking spot.
stationed at Otserne in the north.
Certainly from the rear quarter, it looks like a tomcat with the wings swept forward, but from other angles it's almost pure F-15-like. A very capable aeroplane in its own right, and increasingly so. You can tell this one has been given updates by virtue of the pixelated and digital camouflage scheme it's been given. The orange flag has been
from the 831st Guards Tactical Aviation Brigade of the Ukrainian Air Force, the Sukhoi Su-27 P-1M.
by another near miss, and the aircraft will turn towards the steep turn, proving the high maneuverability of the airframe and maneuverability of the aircraft. The aircraft is able to employ laser-guided ammunition. Ladies and gentlemen, what's up? And split. To RIAT 217. It's been a very nice time, and I enjoyed myself. I stayed with the Stadix, with the special painted Lima 159. I experienced many beautiful people, so I would like to say thank you for all the pilot championships.
To finish off the flying display. Thank you, fighter pilots and the Royal Air Force.
Hello.
And with that, and with the impending landing of the two L1598s, which are just on their downwind leg to the north, that brings to a close 20 hours of flying at the Royal International Airshow 2017. Yes, the weather has played a bit of a part over these last 2 days, apart from my wearing
It has been a tremendous airshow. I enjoyed absolutely every minute of it, as I hope that to the ladies and gentlemen and the boys and girls that have taken the time to come to RIAT this year have as well. One thing I'd say to you when you're going home, our ops team, headed up by Tom Gibbons, one of the permanent staff here at Bedford Starter House, really have done a tremendous job securing aircraft from around the world for this show. Many firsts, many welcome returns, and a tremendous flying display also, led so expertly by the flight display director, Tim Owens. Yeah, and the work that has gone into getting this collection of aircraft together from 27 nations, 38 air arms, and just shy of 250 aircraft on the ground and in the air here at RIAT. A fantastic achievement, and my congratulations to Tom Gibbons and the team. Yeah, it's been exceptional in that regard this year, and as you say, you cannot underestimate everything that they do to make this air show the outstanding success that it is. And there are the two L159s of the checkout course landing on to bring the flying to a close. George Bacon, what have you particularly enjoyed? Oh gosh, I wasn't expecting that then. I realised it was the next marvelous couple of days, and I think Theo Greenwood summed up the international flair when we finished this 30th day with the two hours there. Because as